Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at this fine gentleman here, Sir Barristan Selmy. This is sort of coming back to an on and off series I'm doing, looking at individuals within the world of A Song of Ice and Fire that their influence seems greater than their presence on the page. Now, this is slightly twisting it for Sir Barristan because towards the end of the story, he does actually obviously become a POV character. But for most of the story, he's this kind of living legend who exists above and beyond the narrative that we've got, who everyone has heard of, everyone says great things about. And he's his off page for a huge amount of time, everyone wondering where he is, everyone thinking if he joins my side, that's a massive coup. So that's why I thought we'd look at him today. And as always, I will frame this around a lot of questions I got from my patrons. I've also got a sort of an introduction there, but I'll tee this up with a question from Yeldenil, who just asked, could I say a bit about Sir Barristan's background and biography before he was made a member of the Kingsguard? What do we know about the Selmy family? Are there any other significant members? Yes, so by way of an introduction, Barristan Selmy was born in the year 236 or 237 AC, meaning that by the time we get to the story that we're talking about, he's in his early 60s. So he's old for the world that we're living in, but not decrepit. He's still a sort of a fine, strong figure of a man. He was never huge and bulking, but he's still muscly, not quite wiry, but very much as good a knight as many that you will ever meet. He's probably below his peak, but we'll talk about his peak a moment ago. But his peak was very, very high. Now, he was born into House Selmy. House Selmy are one of the Marcher Lords. They're in the Stormlands, and they're one of the Marcher families, which means that they have historically been defending the Stormlands and the Seven Kingdoms against attacks from Dawn. So that's the history of his family. He was born the heir, and so he grew up as heir to House Selmy. Now, the first we hear about him, actually, no, you asked, actually, Yilden, you asked about the House Selmy itself. The truth is, although we know that they are a significant house down there, one of the significant March Lord houses, we don't have much by way of a history to them. We get a passing reference to them when we get to the Golden Wedding, which was in, I think it was 49 AC, quite early on. Alyssa Velaryon and Rhaegar Baratheon, this was a huge event, and we're just told that in Fire and Blood, 3 of the Marcher families were asked to represent that part of the world. The Selmys were one of them, the Dondarrions were another, and the Tarleys were the third. So if you imagine them at sort of a level of the Dondarrions and the Tarleys, that's what we're thinking. But beyond that, we don't get huge amounts of detail about the house. We're told that when the War of the Five Kings starts, they take Renly's side to start with. And we're also told that the current Lord of House Selmy, who is, I think, the great nephew of Sir Barristan, he is known as Arstan. He is Arstan Selmy, which, as I'm sure you know, is the name that Barristan himself took as this kind of nom de plume, not really nom de plume, but his sort of secret identity when he was heading across Essos. He didn't want people to know who he was. He was such a famous figure. His name was very famous, certainly in Essos, and he didn't want anyone to know who he was, and so he took the name Arstan Whitebeard. So that's what we know really about the the house that he grew up in, but he clearly wanted to be a knight. And as the first mention we have of him actually is aged 10, and he enters a tourney, the tourney at Blackhaven, we're told. Now, as a 10-year-old, he obviously wasn't going to be allowed, he wasn't a knight, but he entered the lists as a mystery knight. This is a thing that you can do. There's obviously a whole story in Duncan Egg about the mystery knight. But this is an established tradition that somebody who wishes to hide their identity can enter as a mystery knight, and they can challenge people. But he was 10, and he looked 10 in terms of his height. He obviously didn't show his face, and everyone was laughing at him until one person took pity on him, and that one person was Prince Duncan Targaryen. This was the oldest son and heir at the time to Aegon V, who respected this, and he did joust against this 10-year-old child. Obviously, Barristan lost. He was only 10, but that was the point at which he gained his moniker, Barristan the Bold. And it was, we're told, Prince Duncan himself who gave this young child, Barristan, this name, Barristan the Bold. So that's the starting point for him. And 6 years later, he decided to re-enter the lists. He decided to, as a 16-year-old, to enter once more for the second time as a mystery knight. And this time he was a lot older. Just for context, at the start of the story, Robb Stark is 15. So 16 there, yes, it's young, but it's not crazy young. So he enters the lists as a mystery knight, and once more he finds himself facing Prince Duncan Targaryen. This time, however, he wins as a mystery knight, and he progresses, and he fights the other Duncan, the Dunk that we know, Sir Duncan the Tall, and he wins that as well. And off the back of this is when he gets knighted by Aegon V himself, Egg. Perhaps this will be mentioned, it will certainly be mentioned in a future Duncan Egg story. I don't know whether they'll frame a story around it, but this is clearly a significant moment. Very young, 16, just for reference. 15 is ridiculously young to be made a knight. 16 is very young. 18 is like, okay. So at 16, he's notable. People go, this is quite a young knight. So he's there as a knight, and he's becoming known as a tourney knight. Now, all the way through his life, all the way through to just a couple of years before the story, he is a champion tourney knight. In fact, if you go back through every mention we've got in all of George R. R. Martin's writings of every tourney that's ever been and who wins it, he is the winniest knight, if that is the right word. He has won the most tourneys. I counted 6 separate tourneys. So Barristan sometimes kind of thinks back when we're in his POV, and one kind of blends into another. So he's won so many tourneys that he can't even remember them all. For context, the people who've won the next most that we know of, Jaime, for example, won 2 tourneys. So Barristan winning 6, this is significant. So he is very well known as a tourney knight. The most recent one he won, he was aged, I think it was 59. So it's just before the tourney starts. And he is renowned. He is about as good a tourney knight as we can probably get. So we're not. Some people call him Morris. Thank you very much. Yes, that's basically what he was. So this is the first part of his fame and his life. Well, the first part was when he was very young, how he got his name, how he got knighted. The second part is the fact that all the way through his life, he is this tournament winner. You cannot defeat him very easily. If you do, there's a good chance that you will win the tourney. So the next time we hear about him is in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Now, you'll remember this is basically the last of the Blackfyre rebellions. And in that, the Blackfires were led by the last in the male line of the Blackfires, which is this guy called Maelys the Monstrous. Maelys the Monstrous was this huge figure. I did a video on him on the main channel. If you're interested, massive figure. He's called Monstrous partly because he had a second head growing out from his shoulders, but also of his huge size. So he kind of led these forces. That this was his part of the deal. He was going to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and Sir Barristan led an attack, cut his way through the Golden Company all the way up to where Maelys himself was, and he slew Maelys the Monstrous. And this action and other actions he took during the War of the Ninepenny Kings, these elevated his fame to the next level. He was now one of, if not the most famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms. He was certainly right up there with Sir Duncan the Tall and people like that. Now, following that, he was named to the King's Guard at the age of 23. And this was under Jaehaerys II. So this was just after the Ninepenny Kings happened, just after the tragedy at Summerhall. And you've got a new Lord Commander of the King's Guard, who was Gerald Hightower. And Barristan Selmy was knighted into it. It's possible, we do not know, but it's entirely possible that what happened was that Dunk exited the King's Guard. Sir Gerald got promoted from within the King's Guard to become the new Lord Commander, and there was a spare post available, and the first knight to do some particularly sort of honourable and heroic things was Sir Barristan, who then got promoted into the King's Guard. We don't know, but the timing seems about right. In any event, he is now made a member of the King's Guard, and in order to do that, he has to give up all of his claims to House Selmy. So he was betrothed to a woman. He was heir to the seat of House Selmy, and he gives that up to join the King's Guard at a relatively young age of 23. Now, he then served Jaehaerys II for his short rule, and then Aerys II. Now, we remember Aerys II as the Mad King. He didn't start out particularly mad, it has to be said, but that kind of grew over time. And a lot of people pinpoint the moment that things got really bad as the Defiance of Duskendale. I won't go into all of the details of the Defiance of Duskendale, other than to say Duskendale was this port town, nearly a city. It had once been incredibly powerful and rich. It had lost a lot of that power and riches because of King's Landing's growth, and they rebelled. And Aerys went to try and sort this out, and he got captured, and he got held in their prison in this town, underneath the Dun Fort, the castle that they had there. And the town was besieged. Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King, went there and besieged it. But everybody knew that if he actually attacked, even though probably they would have overwhelming numbers, they would almost certainly win, there was a pretty strong chance that the king would be killed. So for 6 months, this siege went on until eventually Tywin decided, I'm going in. You can't carry on forever. I'm going to go in. Now, there's a whole load of theories about maybe what was going on there, but Sir Barristan, member of the King's Guard, goes up and says, I'm a member of the King's Guard. My role is to try and save the king's life. Give me a chance to go in and do it. And Tywin goes, well, okay, you've got 24 hours. We're attacking. If you feel on a bound to go and do that, that's fine. Tywin almost certainly thought this is just a suicide mission. This is one man heading off to try and save the king. But that's exactly what happened. So Barristan, he disguised himself and climbed over the wall. He killed a guard. He managed to sneak his way into the castle, managed to sneak his way down into the dungeons. He managed to rescue the king. He pulled the king, dragged him back up out of the dungeons, found the stables, got them some horses, killed some more guys. They charged, galloped through the town. Barristan took an arrow to his chest. They managed to burst out and escape. And somehow, Sir Barristan, this is absolute legend-making stuff. He escapes with the king's life, and everyone was like, "Well, I wasn't expecting that." So, if Sir Barristan was already renowned, his level of fame was next level by this point. There's a few other things that happened. We get the Kingswood Brotherhood, you may have heard of. This was a rebellion that based itself in the Kingswood. This is a big bit of forest sort of south of King's Landing, northwest of Storm's End. Barristan obviously was the one to be killing their leader. Then we get the events, the tourney at Harrenhal, which we will dig into a bit more later on in this stream. But Aerys II has gone full Mad King at this point. Rhaegar seems to be setting up some kind of a plot and to take power. Varys discovers it. Sir Barristan comes with the king to Harrenhal. And the presence of the king seems to have prevented, at least partly, we'll hopefully find out in the stage play in not too long, whatever it was that was going to be happening. But obviously civil war wasn't far behind. Robert's rebellion followed swiftly, and Sir Barristan was one of those who the Mad King trusted to have close to him. And whereas some of them, a couple of them in particular, were close to Rhaegar, Sir Barristan was very clearly, he was loyal to the crown. And he was there for this battle, the decisive battle in the rebellion, Battle of the Trident. And that's where Rhaegar was killed by Robert Baratheon. Barristan took an injury in that. And he probably would have carried on fighting, but he took an injury. And Robert Baratheon sent his own maester to try and heal Sir Barristan. While that was all going on, Ned Stark rushed down to King's Landing. Tywin Lannister had got to King's Landing, and it fell. So by the time Sir Barristan was back up and running, there was a new game in town. Robert Baratheon was the king. So he kind of like had a bit of a choice here. What does he do? He'd sworn his life to save the king's life, and the king was dead. And the king's heir, Rhaegar, was also dead, as were Rhaegar's two children that anyone knew of. They were dead, which meant that the heir then was this young child, Viserys. Now we discover that Sir Barristan already thought that Viserys was heading a little bit mad. He was right. We know what Viserys turned into, but also he was clearly young. He was only, I think, 6 at the time. So Sir Barristan accepts a place in the new Kingsguard for the new king, and accepts being made Lord Commander. He has his moral qualms about it, but he decides to go ahead. He doesn't like the fact that Jaime Lannister is kept in the Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister, let's not forget, had killed the king. So from Sir Barristan's perspective, that makes him not a good Kingsguard. Killing the king is the opposite of what the Kingsguard should be doing. Anyway, he accepts the pardon, he accepts the promotion, and stays there for the next 15 years or so as the leader of the Kingsguard for Robert Baratheon. During that time, he serves with distinction. It's a relatively peaceful time for the Seven Kingdoms. There's the Greyjoy Rebellion. Sir Barristan obviously leads the charge on Old Wick, is a bit heroic there as well. We first meet him in the story when he is part of the delegation that heads up to the inn at the crossroads and to meet the King's party heading south with Ned Stark, coming back down from Winterfell. So that's where we first run into Sir Barristan, and he comes across as we know him, as this venerable figure, honoured and respected and thought of as being a very honourable kind of guy. He is there in the background for most of book one. Probably his most notable contribution is when, if you remember that meeting of the small council, when Robert Baratheon decides to order the assassination attempt on Daenerys. Two people object to that, Ned Stark and Sir Barristan. So he keeps up this kind of honourable sort of impression that he gives to pretty much everyone. Nobody, I think, doubted that would be his position. He was there with Robert Baratheon when the boar takes him out, gives him that mortal wound. And after Robert Baratheon dies, he is dismissed from the Kingsguard. There are many layers to this, why he was dismissed from the Kingsguard. Behind the scenes, again, I did a video on this if you're interested, it's very clear that Varys was influencing events and trying to get him out from King's Landing for two reasons. Firstly, because Varys was trying to weaken the defences of King's Landing, and there is no doubt that Barristan Selmy was an excellent fighter and a great figurehead and a really good person to have on your side. He wanted them out from Team Lannister. And wanted him out from Team Lannister. And also he wanted potentially to be sending him over to help out his own plan through Illyrio. That's one level. Another level is that Cersei and Joffrey wanted their person on the Kingsguard, their person being the Hound. And the third level, they wanted, Cersei in particular, wanted Jaime to be promoted to be Lord Commander, because being Lord Commander gives him a place on the small council, and she wanted to be dominating the small council. So there are plenty of levels to what's going on there. The reason given is that he's too old, and he clearly is incapable because he didn't prevent King Robert's death. So Barristan is aghast at this, because he knows, he looks around, the rest of the Kingsguard are not a patch on him. And he, as he's been dismissed, he refuses the offer to basically be given a small tower somewhere that he can sort of live a little life of luxury. He casts down his sword and his casts off his armour, and he storms out. And the Lannisters obviously, okay, we probably should stop him, but they don't expect what he's going to do, which is he goes straight to the White Tower, to the White Book, which is where they record all the deeds of all the members of the Kingsguard. And he writes the end of his own entry in the book. He writes that he was dismissed for being too old. This is the kind of guy he is. He wanted to write his own story, but he does it in a purely factual way. He heads out from there, and then three gold cloaks who had been instructed to sort of bring him back, get in his way. He's not got a sword or anything, but he still manages to kill two of them. He heads off to stables, grabs a horse, heads out of the city. Everyone then is wondering, what is he going to be doing? Because he disappears. And he does actually quite a sensible thing. He charges off, gets rid of the horse, gets a change of clothes, grows a beard, so he looks a bit different, and then he heads back into King's Landing, where nobody was expecting him to be going, hiding himself amongst a group of random small folk who are sheltering from the war. He arrives in time to see Ned Stark being beheaded. And we know that he did think that Ned Stark was a good and honourable person, and he will have seen what Joffrey was then like as a king. And so he goes to the Great Sept, and then he's a God's-fearing person, and he prays and he reflects, and he comes to the conclusion that Robert Baratheon was a good warrior, but not a good king. Joffrey is not going to be a good king. And he kind of regrets his decision to accept the pardon and be part of the King's Guard for Robert Baratheon. So he heads out. He lets it be known that he is going to go and find his true king. And then he disappears. This is the point at which everyone there is going, who does he think the true king is? Does he think it's Stannis? Does he Renly thinks, oh, maybe it's me? Then we get, could Robb Stark, who's about to be made king, could he do? Obviously, he's heading off at this point to go and try and find the Targaryens. Now, we should probably pause and just say the sacking of Barristan, Sir Barristan, was a huge strategic error. Tywin, if you read when he talks to Tyrion, and he's citing the reasons why he's sending Tyrion down to King's Landing to sort things out, one of the biggest reasons was this sacking of Sir Barristan, because Tywin realises how iconic Sir Barristan is. And he even says, just imagine if he joined up with Stannis or Renly and he's there standing beside him. People would flock because they see the honourable Barristan the Bold. They would flock to that side. This was a huge strategic error from Cersei. But of course, Barristan doesn't go to either of the Baratheons. He heads off to where he last knew that the Targaryens were, which was Pentos. He knew this because he was in the small council meetings. He probably knew Illyrio's Manse was the place to go. In any event, he goes to Pentos, he meets up with Illyrio. It's not hard to imagine, even if he didn't know the name Illyrio, which we're not 100% sure that he did, it would not have been hard to find. If he got to Pentos and he was just asking around, okay, so where were the Targaryens hiding out, the ones that married into that great Khalasar, people would have known. And Illyrio gives him the news, Viserys is dead. But Dany is alive. And Dany has 3 dragons. Now, this is one of the many kind of shifts that we have in Illyrio and Varys' plan. Again, I did all of that in a video if you're interested in this, but it does all tie together. But Illyrio now wants Dany to come to him, to meet up with young Griff. So he sends Sir Barristan there with this other guy he's got, a guy called Strong Belwas. He sends them off with 3 ships to pick up Dany and bring her to Pentos. And Sir Barristan does this, but he goes in disguise. Arstan Whitebeard is his name, named after the current Lord Selmy. And he pretends to be the squire to Strong Belwas, which is, everybody acknowledges, is a little bit weird because he's very old to be a squire. It's not impossible to be a squire. Some people were squires almost their entire life, but he's very old to be a squire, and he's also very good at fighting. You would have thought that by that point he would have been made a knight if he were that good. But anyway, they set off, they arrive, they find Dany, and he arrives just in time to foil an assassination attempt at her, the one with like the scorpion. So he saves her there and tells her, he doesn't tell her who he actually is, but he says he's from Illyrio, because Dany obviously knows who Illyrio is, and I've got these ships, come with me. She takes the ships and she goes not to Pentos, but to Slaver's Bay. And there she uses the ships, she sells the ships to be raising the money, to be provisioning herself, and to be buying, theoretically, these Unsullied. And Sir Barristan stays. He could have gone back to Illyrio, but he stays and he watches. We discover this is what he's doing. He's watching, he's keeping an eye on her just to see, from his perspective, is she also mad? He's seen the Mad King, he's seen Viserys. He thinks Rhaegar, incidentally, he thinks Rhaegar's a good guy. He wants to know which way Dany is. And he watches her. And he watches her progressing through Slaver's Bay. He watches her freeing the slaves. He watches her turn on the slave masters. He watches her pushing north, conquering city after city. And eventually he decides that she is not mad. And he reveals himself to her. And he also, at that same point, reveals what he knows, which is Ser Jorah was spying on her, feeding information back to Robert Baratheon about her whereabouts. And this puts Dany into a little bit of an uncertain place. She sends both of them off on a very dangerous mission to be taking Meereen, and she thinks to herself, actually, she kind of hopes that it would make it easier for her if they both die, because she doesn't know what to do with this, because Sir Barristan's thrown this accusation at Ser Jorah. This is a spy, he's betrayed you. And Ser Jorah says, but what about this guy? This was the guy who was the Lord Commander of the King's Guard to Robert Baratheon, who overthrew your whole entire family. He swapped sides. You shouldn't trust him. And eventually Dany decides to exile Ser Jorah and to keep Sir Barristan at her side. She makes him her Lord Commander. She settles down in Meereen for some time. He kind of starts setting up a few kind of Westerosi things there. He tries to persuade her to have a tourney rather than open up the fighting pits. He recruits some squires, starts training them in knightly ways. He is there when Drogon lands in the fighting pits, and Dany climbs on him, flies away. And then he's left with the big issue, because she's gone. Hizdar, the man that she married literally the previous day, is now king and is taking everything under his control. And yet he has been convinced that Hizdar tried to assassinate Dany. The poisoned locusts, if you're interested. Now, he gets caught up in this kind of plot with Skahaz and Grey Worm to take control back for the Dany factions. So he does this. He hates it. He doesn't like all of this kind of politics, but he thinks this is what has to happen. They capture Hizdar. He names himself Hand, basically acting as a regent for Dany. While terrible things are starting to go on, the Yunkish have sent an army, and they're besieging the city. He's trying to hold it, while the Grey Mare, the Flux, is heading, sort of washing its way through the city. As we reach the end of this story, where we've got up to so far, a battle is about to commence. He makes, with pre-release chapters from the Winds of Winter, he makes the decision. He's going to get his guys, the guys he's been training, a few people who can ride horses. He's just going to open the gates and charge out at these catapults that they've got out there. And that's where we leave him. Now, what we know is that heading to Marine at this moment in time is this huge amount of disparate people. So Jorah has come back with Tyrion. Marwyn the Mage is on his way there. Victarion is just arriving with his fleet. He's got Makoro, the Red Priest, with him. This huge amount of people are there. At some point, Dany is almost certainly going to be returning back. Barristan has to run the city with all of these new people arriving while waiting for Dany to come back. As I say, that's where we kind of leave it. Right, so let's go and have a quick check through the chat. Moderators, hi. I was running a little bit late today. It was great to see you. Thank you for holding the fort while I was getting myself sorted. So quick shout out. Carl Carlsnock, I see you there. Agree Weirwood, I see you there. Andrew K, I see you. Stephanie Frederick, I see you. Thank you all very much. You are amazing. And actually, if you're there in the chat watching this live on YouTube, please could you just show them a little bit of love. They are absolutely amazing. Okay, let's go to some questions from, well, let's start questions from my patrons, and then I'll pick up a few more in the chat. Ninja Robbo saying, hi, Robert, long time no question. Great to see you. Do you think Barristan was the same caliber of legend as someone like Arthur Dane? And if so, do you think he doesn't feel as impressive because he's still alive? Interesting question. George R. R. Martin was asked this once. Now, this was something that we kind of count as semi-canon, because if you ever go to there's a great website called So Spake Martin, where people with way more dedication than me have gone through pretty much every single thing that George R. R. Martin has ever said about the world of A Song of Ice and Fire and just catalogued it. And some of these things are things he's said in interviews, some of them are things he said at conventions, some on message boards. This was a thing which was in a, as far as I can tell, kind of in a DM, but we've got a screenshot of it and it looks legit. And he was actually asked the question, who would win in a fight, Barristan Selmy or Arthur Dane in their best days? And George R. R. Martin gave an answer to this. He said Arthur Dane, if he was armed with Dawn, the sword. If both men had equivalent weaponry, it might be a toss-up. So that's the kind of order we often think about Arthur Dane as being the greatest swordsman of his generation. Barristan was at the same level, is what George R. R. Martin is saying. The thing which would separate them is the quality of sword that Arthur Dane wielded. So after Arthur Dane died, I think there is no doubt that for that period of time, the 15 plus years we've had since then, Barristan has been indisputably the most famous knight in the Seven Kingdoms. The extent to which his fame, his name was known in some parts of Essos as well. So he is incredibly famous and held in incredibly high renown. The fact that someone as strong-minded as Tywin Lannister thinks that the very name of Barristan Selmy would tip the balance in some people's minds as to which side of a fight they're going to be on, or a war they're going to be on, I think says a huge amount. So yes, he's right up there, I think, with the greatest fighters we've got. Let's have a quick flick through the chat. Cole Carsnock's getting saucy, apparently. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about. A lot of love for the moderators, which is good. Andrew Kay saying much too loyal and not nearly cunning enough, especially with those top political circles in Slaver's Bay at the time. Yeah, we've got a question coming up a little bit later about his abilities as a hand. But I think one thing I will say straight up is that he's not a courtly animal. He recognizes things that are going on. The advice that he gives seems to be most of the time quite wise, so showing that he understands what's going on, but he hates it. He really dislikes it. When I say good advice, so for example, Quentin Martell was there. He arrived, and just before Danny's marriage, Danny disappears, and then Sir Barristan sort of says to Quentin, "Is it? Why are you still here? There's now no reason for you still to be here, and you're actually going to be in danger. I recommend you go now." In fact, he knew that there was a coup attempt about to happen, and he says, "Don't even go back to your rooms. Head out now." Now, this was good advice. He knows things are going down, so he advises Missandei to stay put, don't move. His advice to Danny it's quite staid and very clearly he's in his lane and he knows his lane, but it's kind of solid a lot of the time, unimaginative. So he does understand a lot of what is going on around, but he doesn't like it, and he doesn't want to get involved in this kind of. But he sees himself as a fighter and a protector, and he will offer advice, but it is straight down the line kind of advice. So I've got a question coming up about parallels with him and Ned Stark. At a high level, yes, they're fish out of water. Neither of them want to engage in that politicking side of things. Paul Whitrock saying, "Hello, Robert and Dan the Dog. Piggybacking off the last question, if Sir Barristan had a Valyrian steel sword, how do you think it would be different?" That's a good question. So this is the last question here is if Sir Barristan and Arthur Dane had the same weaponry, it would be a toss-up. It could be either of them could win in a fight. The edge would be Dawn. Now, we don't know. We have to say these things honestly. We've never seen the sword Dawn firsthand in the books. We've heard legends of it, but we've never, and we've kind of seen it in a fever dream, but we've not actually seen it. So we don't know quite how impressive it is. We don't know quite how it matches up to Valyrian steel. I think the implication is it's even better than Valyrian steel, but it would be close, I think is the implication. But probably just on the swords, not on ability. That's what we're comparing. Is a Valyrian steel sword as good as the sword Dawn? And I think the implication is the sword Dawn is a little bit better. We were saying meteoric Valyrian steel, yeah, basically. Keanu Mather saying, "One of my biggest questions about the series is regarding the aging of the characters. At the beginning of Game of Thrones, Dany is 13 or 14. By the end of Game of Thrones, isn't she 16? And that's just the first book." Right, so yeah, this is confusion between book and show. So yes, in the books, as the first book starts, and her story incidentally starts a few months probably before the rest of the story, but she starts off as 13, and yeah, by the end of book one, she's I think 14. So the entire story we've got so far is a couple of years, really. That's what we're looking at. Lorelei saying, "Oh, clearly I've been listening to In Deep Sleep too often. Robert's voice is enough to make me sleepy now." Well, if you this will be appearing on In Deep Sleep. If you don't know In Deep Sleep, I put all of these live streams and some other stuff over onto another channel called In Deep Sleep, where I cut out all the adverts and I put on some hopefully soothing background noises and a hopefully soothing bit of video, and let it run on for 8 hours. So you don't need to worry about it ending and whatever. You can just let it run all night. That's the plan. Some people seem to really enjoy it. So yeah, if you're interested, go and have a look at this. Bowen Webster saying Danny starts as 12. She finds out she's pregnant on her 13th birthday. So there we go. Yeah, that's the age we're talking about. Jerry Invincible question saying, "Hi Robert, I love Sir Barristan as a question. How could you not? As a character, sorry. How could you not? I think he's one of the best characters in the whole of A Song of Ice and Fire. I actually agree. I think he's one of the characters who bears study a huge amount because he doesn't just operate on one level, and he's also, and I will say this several times here, I'm sure, because I've said it several times before, every time I talk about Sir Barristan, he's one of the most frustrating characters because he knows a lot about what happened back around the time of Robert's Rebellion and earlier. He knows a lot of things, and George R. R. Martin has ways of making those characters not reveal it when they're in their POV. With Ned Stark, it was that Ned did not want to think about those things. He actively tried not to think about them, which was actually quite a good way around it. Here, with Sir Barristan does think about them, but he thinks about them sometimes in quite a vague way, as we'll see in just a moment. But also sometimes, once Dany knows who he is, and she realizes, oh, this guy could tell me a lot about my father or my grandfather or what was going on. What about Rhaegar? 2 or 3 times, Dany asks him a question and he starts saying something, and then it just cuts off. The story cuts off. Dany goes, "Oh, actually, I'm a bit tired now. I think I'll go to sleep." Or somebody bursts in the room and says, "Panic! We're being attacked." So we don't actually, it's incredibly frustrating as a character because he has this information, but we're not getting it. Anyway, my question, says Jerry Invincible, is about the historical echoes of Sir Barristan. We know George R. R. Martin likes to rehash character arcs and traits. What do you think are the main past examples from Westerosi history that foreshadow his character, and what might they tell us about where his story is going? Is Aemon the Dragon Knight too obvious an example? No, I don't think so. And he is a couple of times, he sort of mentioned in the same breath as a kind of a way of showing a noble, a pious knight who apparently remained chaste. Now, this is, and also defended a mad king. So this is where we might sort of take this. Actually, I should probably just, for those who don't know, Aemon the Dragon Knight, he was around a long time ago, during the time of Aegon IV, Aegon the Unworthy, and he was in love with the woman who was to marry Aegon, but he joined the Kingsguard, swore to protect the king, even though he was being abusive to his wife, and he did, and he stood up for what was good and right, and he was noble, and he did some pretty legendary heroic deeds. But how did he die? Well, he died defending his king. So is that a hint as to what might happen to Sir Barristan? It seems likely. Sir Barristan, in however this goes, I don't think he's about to die just of old age or anything like that. He seems hale and hearty. I don't think it's likely that he's just going to randomly wander out into the streets of Meereen and get attacked. That doesn't really seem to be the kind of thing that he would do. That was obviously what happened on the TV show. In the books, that doesn't really seem to be where we're going with this. His story is devoted to dying, and this is what his thoughts were: to die for his true king, to die in service to his true king. So that, I think, is probably where we're going to end up. Who he's dying in service to is a slightly different matter. I will come back to that. Are there any other direct examples? I think over on Patreon, I think it was Ranabir Mitra suggested Ryan Redwine, who was a very good fighter, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, not so good hand. So, there's a lot. I don't think, however, and yes, so Bowen, sorry, in terms of the age thing, easy to get mixed up. Do not worry about it at all. I don't think that there is a specific character that this is supposed to be a exact echo of. George R. Martin, as much as we kind of think he plays into this, he often uses echoes rather than sort of repetitions. So we're not looking at the exact same thing. We would look at the trope of this pious, incredibly effective knight who is there as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, in love with a woman that he cannot have, who defends a king who is quite clearly mad, despite being an honourable person. That is a trope that fits also onto Sir Barristan Selmy. What happens with Sir Barristan Selmy is that he's gone on beyond that. So now we have to work out what happens after this. So it's not a straightforward one for one. Let's go to Zero, saying, hello, Robert. In the Winds of Winter, we're expecting the opening chapters to deal with the Siege of Meereen, the Battle of Fire. How do you expect to see Barristan react to meeting Tyrion? Dany banished Ser Jorah as well, so I'd expect him to be very conflicted about the Second Son's return to loyalty. Yeah, so where the Battle of Fire is what the fandom have called this. George R. Martin has basically confirmed there's going to be 2 battles happening, 3 really, a sea battle, but 2 big battles happening in the first few chapters of the Winds of Winter. One of them is known as the Battle of Ice. That's the one with Stannis up outside Winterfell, and the other one we're calling the Battle of Fire, which is outside Meereen. Now, from what we've seen of the setup, and also what we've seen of some of the pre-release chapters from the Winds of Winter, and we have seen quite a few actually. Incidentally, we've got a couple of Barristan chapters, a couple of Tyrion chapters. We've got we know what's going on with Victarion. So we can already start to shape out where this battle is going to go. And very broadly speaking, what seems to be happening is Sir Barristan, he's decided, so the Yunkish army are outside. They are, with their catapults, they are firing diseased bodies into Meereen. And while this is happening, the pox is spreading like wildfire, not just inside the city, also outside the city. They have recruited some sellsword companies, the most notable being the Second Sons. Second Sons have got Tyrion and Ser Jorah on board. While all this is happening, the 2 dragons are flying overhead. The dragons that escaped when Quentyn tried to tame them, they are flying overhead and often catching the catapulted bodies flung up into the air. The dragons are catching them mid-flight and eating them. So that's the situation. So Barristan decides he has to stop these catapults. So he gets his small group of horsemen and he just basically says, right, we're just charging at the catapults and we're going to take them down one after another, and then we're going to come ride back in. He was a bit concerned about the sellsword companies, but he goes, element of surprise. We've got to do this, or eventually we're going to be losing. So they charge out. What is happening in the background to this is Tyrion has bought the Second Sons. He has persuaded them that he's bought his way into the Second Sons, and he's managed to persuade them to switch sides. And while this is happening, we see also the ships from the Greyjoy Navy from Victarion are arriving. Now, they obviously are wanting to capture the dragons, but they will come in initially on the side, because Victarion thinks that Dany is there. He will want to be coming in on the side of Dany. So this is going to turn into actually quite a one-sided battle. So Barristan, we read in the pre-release chapters, as he emerges, he doesn't know why aren't the sellsword companies chasing him. He's expecting them to be there. We know why, because they've changed sides. He realizes that there's ships coming in. He doesn't know where they're coming from, but we know who they are. So that battle is going to be won. And after that, Barristan is going to have an issue. What's he going to do with these? So you asked about Tyrion and Ser Jorah. So news will have reached Meereen about Tyrion killing Tywin, which means that Ser Barristan won't know what to do with Tyrion, because Tyrion is here. He's a member of House Lannister, who obviously they're basically the ruling family now that Dany is going to be facing, and Ser Barristan's not got a great view of Tyrion anyway, but he did kill Tywin Lannister, who was their greatest threat, and he does seem to have managed to persuade the Second Sons to switch sides, which seems to have been quite an important element in that battle. So he won't really know what to do with him. Ser Jorah, he won't know, because he's now that this is Dany's justice that has to be dealt with. So there's a fair chance that they're both going to be held in some way, maybe imprisoned. Tyrion, I can well imagine, if he gets the chance, will prove his worth, as he always does, by figuring stuff out. Who is the Harpy? Who did those poisoned locusts? That kind of stuff. I think he will manage to do that, and perhaps gain Ser Barristan's trust. So you have to filter, I think, all of this through this idea that Ser Barristan doesn't want to be making decisions that bind the hands of Daenerys. He sees himself as Hand of the King. He is not there sitting on the throne ruling in her absence. He would much rather not be doing that. So as long as he thinks Dany is going to be coming back, he is not going to be making any final decisions on people. And if he can, if it's at all possible, he will be locking down all of those people. The issue is, will he have enough strength to be, not just him personally, but people around him, to hold the balance of power against the Ironborn, against the Second Sons? Or are we going to end up, we may end up with, is this incredibly complex situation in Meereen, even more complex situation in Meereen, where you get a number of different centres of power, everybody waiting for Dany to return, and then she returns and has to figure it all out. Ariel Winchester saying, hello, Robert. Coming in late. Apologies if this has been asked. I love your Ashara in the neck theory. How do you imagine Barristan's reaction if he finds out she's been happily alive along with being married and with children? Okay, so this theory is, and I won't go into all of the detail. Again, this is one of those things that we may well get a lot more evidence about from the stage play. But the working theory I've got is that Ashara Dane is still alive, that she was in love with Howland Reed, and the two of them went into the neck. And their children are Jojen and Mira. We know that Sir Barristan was in love with Sharadane, and but we also know that he thinks that she committed suicide. He doesn't seem to question that. So if he finds out, well, first of all, I should say I don't think he will find out. I think Sir Barristan probably will die before, if Ashara ever makes an appearance here. I think Sir Barristan would die before she does make an appearance. Her appearance would be much more focused towards the north anyway, whereas Sir Barristan, when he does finally arrive back in Westeros, will initially at least be focused down towards the south. So I don't think he ever will. If he ever did, it's quite hard to say. Let me read. There's a very long section that I will read a bit from, which is when he thinks about her, because he thinks about her because Danny looks a bit like her. They've got the same eyes, he thinks, and he thinks back to the tourney at Harrenhal. And he thinks if he'd won the tourney at Harrenhal, who would he have made the Queen of Love and Beauty? And his choice would have been a young maiden not long at court, one of Elio's companions. Although compared to Ashara Dane, the Dornish princess was a kitchen drab. Even after all these years, Sir Barristan could still recall Ashara's smile, the sound of her laughter. He only had to close his eyes to see her, with her long dark hair tumbling about her shoulders and those haunting purple eyes. Daenerys has the same eyes. Sometimes when the Queen looked at him, he felt as if he were looking at Ashara's daughter. But Ashara's daughter had been stillborn, and his fair lady had thrown herself from a tower soon after, mad with grief for the child she had lost, and perhaps for the man who had dishonoured her. She died never knowing that Sir Barristan had loved her. How could she? He was a knight of the King's Guard sworn to celibacy. No good could have come from telling her his feelings. So that's what he's thinking about her all this time later. So he's clearly still in love with her, but he thinks she's dead. If he discovered that she's not, I mean, it would probably rip him apart, to be honest, because this is it, like his biggest regret, the thing that he looks back on the most. That he just has to close his eyes. He remembers her laughter, the way her hair looked. You know, this is deep. He feels these things deeply. So yeah, I think it would just rip him apart, to be honest. But the situation would not have changed from his perspective, in that he was still a member of the King's Guard sworn to celibacy, so he couldn't have her. What he may struggle with is the idea, if this working theory is right, that the person he thinks dishonoured Ashara Dane at Harrenhal was in fact Howland Reed. And when we say dishonoured, this is an honourable celibate man. That probably just means slept with. And so if he discovers that she's with him, he might take out his anger on Howland Reed. I wouldn't like that, but that's I think where we're at. So there we go. As I said, I don't think this is a thing which is going to happen on this, but yeah, he's clearly still crazily in love with her after all these years, and I don't think it's a matter of how he'd react to her, but how he'd react to Howland if he were there. Let's go to Bo Riley saying, "Hello, Robert. I'm curious about how much Sir Barristan knows about Rhaegar and Lyanna. The cryptic remark he makes about playing his part at the tourney at Harrenhal, which I interpret as I being Bo Riley here, interpret as deliberately losing a tilt to Rhaegar, suggests to me that he was in on Rhaegar's schemes. Might he have enough information to put R plus L equals J together?" Okay, so let's read. The bit that I read was actually sort of an extract from the middle of a longer bit. So I'll read the bit before it and the bit after it, because the bit in the middle is when he's like waxing lyrical about how beautiful Ashara Dane was. But the bit at the beginning, the bit at the end is more related to Harrenhal and Rhaegar and things like that. He thinks this. The context here is he's annoyed with all of the politicking happening in Meereen. The Red Keep had its secrets too. Even Rhaegar, the Prince of Dragonstone, had never trusted him as he had trusted Arthur Dane. Harrenhal was proof of that. The year of the false spring, the memory was still bitter. Old Lord Went had announced the tourney shortly after a visit from his brother, Sir Oswell Went of the Kingsguard. With Varys whispering in his ear, King Aerys became convinced that his son was conspiring to depose him, that Went's tourney was but a ploy to give Rhaegar a pretext for meeting with as many great lords as could be brought together. Aerys had not set foot outside the Red Keep since Duskendale, yet suddenly he announced that he would accompany Prince Rhaegar to Harrenhal, and everything had gone awry from there. If I had been a better knight, if I had unhorsed the prince in that last tilt, as I unhorsed so many others, it would have been for me to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. Then he starts thinking about Rhaegar would had chosen Lyanna Stark of Winterfell, but then he thinks about who he would have chosen, who obviously we know, Ashara. Then he says, no good could have come of him telling Ashara about his feelings. No good came from silence either. If I had unhorsed Rhaegar and crowned Ashara Queen of Love and Beauty, might she have looked to me instead of Stark? He would never know. But of all his failures, none haunted Barristan Selmy so much as that. So the first thing to say is that this is written in a deliberately vague way by George R. R. Martin. We're not supposed to be able to interpret exactly 100% for sure what is going on here. To say that Rhaegar had never trusted him as he had trusted Arthur Dane, Harrenhal was proof of that. We have to kind of try and read between the lines as to what that means. What does it mean about Ashara Dane being dishonoured? What does it mean about her turning to Stark or looking to me instead of Stark? So those are the kind of the things on which this hinges. My take is that the plain text reading, and this could go in a number of George R. Martin he's allowed himself to go in a number of different ways with this. My take is that the plain text reading of this is Barristan Selmy's annoyed by all of these plots going on, that he doesn't know everything that's going on everywhere, and he says it's sort of the same with the Red Keep. Even with Rhaegar he holds up as being kind of a good guy. Even Rhaegar had his plots. He says the Prince of Dragonstone had never trusted him as he'd trusted Arthur Dane. So the implication of the flow of logic is that the Prince of Dragonstone, Rhaegar, had not trusted Sir Barristan with all of the information about this plot in the way that he had trusted Arthur Dane. That's the way that the logic, the flow of that paragraph is. And then he says the proof was Harrenhal. Why? What's going on in Harrenhal? Well, he seems to be discovering what's going on here. He sort of says this as stating the facts. Old Lord Went and announced a tourney. Oh, that seems okay. Oswell, just after a visit from his brother, Oswell Went, who's also one of Rhaegar's best buddies. Aerys became convinced his son was conspiring to depose him. Again, Sir Barristan's not coming with this kind of thought process of, and he's right, because he doesn't know, because he's not in all of the plotting from Rhaegar's side. So everything had gone awry from there. And then he goes, if I had been a better knight, if I had unhorsed the prince in that last tilt, as I had unhorsed so many others, it would have been for me to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty, because he thinks, Rhaegar had chosen Lyanna Stark. That led to all manner of problems. And he thinks, maybe if I'd been a better knight, I would have unhorsed Prince Rhaegar. Now, again, we have to kind of try and follow the logic of this. Now, if the logic is that he was in on this, if Rhaegar had trusted him in some way, then the idea, presumably, was that Rhaegar had to win this because he had to look good and he had to give or award the prize to Lyanna Stark. Now, Sir Barristan's saying if he'd been a better knight, you could interpret in one of two ways. Either plain text, if he'd been better at jousting, he would have unhorsed Prince Rhaegar. Or secondly, if he'd been a better person, then, as in a truer knight, then he would have unhorsed him. That second one, the implication is that he decided he could have unhorsed Prince Rhaegar, and he decided not to. Which again, you can take in a few different ways. It's said many times in this, not just here, throughout George R. R. Martin's writings, is that a lot of the time people didn't, they deliberately didn't unhorse the heir to the throne or a prince, because why would you? They're your boss. So maybe Sir Barristan's thinking if he should have been a better man, a truer knight, he should have ignored that. And of course he would have beaten Rhaegar and he would have unhorsed him. Either way, I think this means what the first line says, that Rhaegar didn't trust him. So you could interpret it a slightly different way. You could say Rhaegar asked him to, asked him to not unhorse him. He asked him to let him win. But I don't think Barristan's reflection back on that would have been, if I'd been a better knight, I would have unhorsed him. It would have been, maybe if I'd gone along with Rhaegar after all. So I think the plain text reading is he was not a part of Rhaegar's plotting. And his worrying concern is the fact that he'd not been good enough as a knight to, in whichever way, to unhorse Prince Rhaegar. That had led to that moment when Rhaegar gives the crown of winter roses to Lyanna Stark. That caused uproar, and the uproar eventually spilled over into civil war later, and he sees this as being a big issue. But he gets distracted at that point into how wonderful Ashara Dane's eyes and hair were, so we don't get all of the detail of that. The last bit, because I don't think I've got a specific question on this, is about this other vague sentence we've got. If I had unhorsed Rhaegar and crowned Ashara Queen of Love and Beauty, might she have looked to me instead of Stark? Now, some people have interpreted this as being, so Stark must be the person who dishonoured Lyanna Stark. That doesn't kind of hold with my reading of that sentence. So turning to doesn't, that seems more of like a, in my moment of need, I turn to somebody, rather than who dishonoured her. You do not turn to somebody who dishonours you. And added to which, he obviously thinks Ned Stark, at least, is this kind of paragon of virtue. So the fact that it's Stark leaves it quite vague about which Stark this is. But my interpretation is that Ashara Dane, or Barristan Selmy, thinks that Ashara Dane, having been dishonoured, then looked for help from someone, from Ned Stark. And he thinks, well, what if, and we read on, what if I'd won the tourney? Would she have turned to me for help? And then he's sort of this wondering about, but it could never have been anyway. So that, I think, is what we're reading here. Rhaegar was not part of, Sir Barristan Selmy was not part of Rhaegar's plans. He regrets not unhorsing Rhaegar at the tourney, whether that was because Rhaegar beat him or because he decided that he probably shouldn't unhorse the heir to the throne. He regrets that because it led to the outcry with Rhaegar presenting this crown to Lyanna. If Sir Barristan had been a part of these plans, then he would have known about that, and maybe he could have stopped it. And then Ashara Dane was dishonoured, or slept with somebody, and turned to someone for help. Now, going back to where we were a while ago with this working theory that this is Howland Reed and Ashara Dane who got together at the tourney at Harrenhal, this ties in with the idea that maybe Ashara Dane turned to Ned Stark for help. Let's say she slept with Howland Reed and then she fell pregnant, and it's like, well, what am I going to do? And Ned Stark decided to protect her and help her out. And ultimately, that led to him allowing Howland, who was his bannerman, and Ashara to marry and go off in secret to the Neck, where nobody would ever find them, because Ashara Dane's life was in danger after the end of the rebellion. Anyway, that's quite a long digression away from the question initially. Let's try and get back to where we were. Who was it I was answering for? Yes, so here we go. Bo Riley, yes. So might he have enough information to put R plus L equals J together? Potentially. Because he does at another point, he does seem to imply that he knew that there was love there going on with Rhaegar and Lyanna. He knew that Rhaegar was a good guy. And so potentially, but he also seems to think that Ned was a very honourable person. And if Ned said that this child that he'd mysteriously brought back from Dorne was his bastard child, then he believed Ned Stark. So it's one of those ones where he's got the same kind of information that someone like, say, Varys has, but the difference might be, and whether Varys did do this or not, we don't know, but Sir Barristan appears not to have an inquiring mind. Let's put it that way. Right, let's go to... someone in the chat was just saying, have I ever considered doing these on Twitch? I have, and I did used to do them on Twitch all the time, actually. I've just shifted recently the... I do these, if you don't care about this level of detail, I do these through StreamYard, these streams, which allows me to multicast, if that's the right word, into a number of different places. The program I've got allows me to do it in 3 places. YouTube is one. I do it onto X. Hello, if you're on X, great to see you. And also I've moved on to Facebook. Hello on Facebook. If you're there, it's great to see you too. I used to do it on Twitch, but I can only do it on 3. So I stopped doing it on Twitch because I could only do it on 3. And frankly, I averaged 1.5 people watching me there. And more people watch me on Facebook and X. So I just went with where people seem to be wanting to watch this. So I have tried. Maybe I'll go back there sometime. Okay, let's... I think I had another question in the chat somewhere. Here we go. Roman Lukvets saying, given Barristan's age, I doubt that Ashara was the only woman he ever admired. Why does she have a special place in his heart and not someone from his youth? Well, I mean, yes, you're probably right. And he was betrothed to somebody, apparently, when he was young, before he was made a member of the Kingsguard. I mean, who knows which way the heart wanders, he says, waxing lyrical. This is the love of his life. The person who just, when he was there as a member of the Kingsguard, which he was from the age of 23 up to roughly 45, I guess, which is when that happened, he was in the Kingsguard. And he will have obviously seen not a lot of other women, but the chance of socializing with them wasn't there at all. he will have known Ashara Dane. In case you're wondering, it's not just at the tourney. She was a handmaiden to Elia Martell, so he will have seen her around court. So, yeah, I think the answer is that George R. Martin would give is just that's just who he fell in love with. And sure, he probably did love other people before, but not to this extent. Maybe maybe we should call it his midlife crisis. He hits 45 and he falls madly in love with a younger woman that he can't possibly ever have. So yeah, that's where we're at. Okay, let's go to a question from James Perkins. Greetings, Robert, and to you. When King Aerys II was held captive at Duskendale during the Defiance, it was Sir Barristan the Bold who snuck into the city to rescue him. My question is this: who ordered the rescue? It seems like Tywin was unaware of the undertaking at the time. Yeah, so I sort of covered this a little bit earlier, but just to unpack what I said there, Tywin authorized it but did not order it. So Tywin decided after 6 months of this ongoing siege, he decided he had to attack. And Sir Barristan clearly seems to have felt honour bound to attempt this mission to save the king's life. And Tywin seems to... one guesses that Sir Barristan probably did this in open court. And Tywin will, I'm sure, have figured, I mean, this almost certainly won't work. But if I refuse, it will look like I am stopping the last best hope. What Tywin's gamble was, whichever way you think Tywin was coming at this from, some people think he was genuinely trying to save his old friend Aerys' life. Some people think that he'd already started planning the possibility that maybe Aerys could be replaced by Rhaegar on the throne. So whichever way you go with that, Tywin will have realised that if he said no to Sir Barristan, then people will and then during the assault that was due to happen within 24 hours, if the king died, people will always point at Tywin and say, you meant this because you did not allow Barristan to try that last go. So that's, I think, the calculation that Tywin made. Overwhelmingly, his thought will have been the same as everyone else's. It's a suicide mission. It's not going to work. So what? You're going to climb over a wall, you're going to sneak into a castle, you're going to get all the way down to a dungeon, you're going to rescue the highly guarded prisoner they've got there, you're going to drag him in whatever state he's in after 6 months of imprisonment, back up through this castle, onto some horses, race out of the town while people are firing arrows at you. You're going to do all of that? Good luck. So yeah, Tywin allowed it, but it wasn't him saying, okay, what we're going to do now as a last chance is to do this. A.D. Ross, greetings, Sir Robert. I hope you're well. I think there are a lot of interesting parallels between Barristan and Ned when Barristan assumes the role of Hand in Daenerys' absence in Meereen. Do you think Barristan is doing a significantly better job of navigating the politics of an unfamiliar and hostile court as a straightforward and honourable man than Ned did? A key difference which occurs to me is something that the late great Stephen Atwell wrote about extensively in his excellent blog Race for the Iron Throne. Do check it out. I think it's probably still online, concerning Ned's position in King's Landing, namely Ned's failure to understand the powers he had as Hand and how to leverage pinch points of power. For example, Ned fails to bolster his own position in King's Landing, and when he faces Cersei, following Robert's death, all he has to protect himself is a piece of paper. Barristan seems to better understand the need to maintain a strong personal position in a hostile court, and for this reason, it always seemed to me that Barristan was destined to be more successful. Do you agree? Or am I perhaps overstating Barristan's success? And might he meet an unfortunate end more akin to the TV show? Well, we'll come on to his end in just 1 second. in terms of, is he doing a good job? I I think he's doing a better job than sometimes we as a community give him credit for, because he found himself in an incredibly tough situation where the woman who was effectively his protector had gone. The Her husband had now basically taken control, and you see it, day by day. We read the Barristan chapter, and basically day by day, Hisdar is there making decisions to wipe away the last vestiges of Dany's power. And Sir Barristan is just allowed to stay there, almost as this kind of like a confection of like, oh, look, Sir Barristan's still here. We're not getting rid of everything. We're just waiting for Dany to return. So that's the where Sir Barristan's at, and he manages to appear not an immediate threat while getting involved in a plot which completely overthrew the powers that be. So, and left Sir Barristan in charge. Now compare that to Ned, who finds himself in a position where his protector, King, has gone, and what does he do? Does he manage to completely overthrow the spouse of the gone king, who is now effectively taking control? No, not at all. In fact, he finds himself captured and put on trial. So they're not the exact same situation, but there are echoes between them. And Sir Barristan was successful, and Ned was unsuccessful in that. And yeah, their characters are not exactly the same. We shouldn't pretend that they're exactly the same, but their kind of very straightforward thinking is, and we overuse honor here. I think Ned, as we've come back to many times, Ned is more, he's more about love for his family than he is about personal honor. He allows his personal honor to be sort of kicked about a couple of times in order to try and save his family. Whereas for Barristan, honor seems to be way more important to him. So, yeah, they are different characters in similar-ish situations, and they approach it in different ways. And Sir Barristan, in the short term, is a success in the way that Ned definitely isn't a success. All right, let's. Oh, and yes, the second thing: will he die then? I don't think so. Is my short answer. The sort of uncertainty I have is that the need for him as a character, particularly as a POV character, will be gone by the time we're roughly halfway through the Winds of Winter. What I mean by that is George R. R. Martin, he introduces characters as POV characters when he needs to show us what's happening in a place, because there are no other POV characters there. Classic example, Melisandre. Melisandre was not a POV character. And then suddenly we get to this moment on the wall where Sam, as a POV character, has gone away. Jon's about to be killed. We need to see what's happening at the wall. And suddenly Melisandre gets a POV chapter. Why? Almost certainly because Jon's going to be dead, and we need to see what's going on at the wall. And so he's given us another POV character there. Ditto Arya Hotar. We need to know what's going on down in Dorne, so we get a new POV character there. What's happening with Barristan is Sir Barristan was not a POV character until Dany left. And then he becomes a POV character, because we need to know what's happening in Meereen. Now, very soon, other POV characters are going to descend on Meereen. Tyrion, in particular, is going to be there. Dany will be returning back. And we've got Victarion, of course, arriving, though I don't think Victarion's long for this world either. So his need as a POV character is not going to be there, particularly as Tyrion and Dany are two characters that he gives a lot of POV chapters to. We don't need more different perspectives on what's going on. That doesn't mean that he's going to die as a character, but it means that the need for him as a POV character is going to be hugely lessened. The need for him as a character, just in terms of sort of literary theory, rather than sort of where George R. R. Martin might want to take him as a character, also is going to start diminishing, because his role there, in pushing this plot forward, is that he's sort of first of all going over to Dany, linking her with the Illyrio plotline, but then also telling her about Jorah, and now he is the person who's keeping Meereen. If he weren't there, then Meereen would fall, and so we wouldn't have this home base for Dany to be coming back to gather together her Unsullied and Tyrion and all the rest of it who are going to be there. So that role is going to diminish once Dany comes back. So could he die? I mean, it felt really anticlimactic on the TV show. I have to say, if you've forgotten, he just sort of like goes out wandering around the streets on his own, and gets killed by the Harpies, and that's it. And it's like, oh, okay, he's this, yeah, he had a heroic last stand, but that was it. So I don't think that really is where he's at here. He realizes the danger of the city. My take is that he probably will survive through to, and I can't remember if I've got any questions on this coming up. I'll assume I have. Aegon the Sixth, Fagon. When Tyrion arrives, he will be able to tell Sir Barristan about this. And this is important because from Sir Barristan's perspective, his character arc was that he realised he went down the wrong path by joining the Kingsguard for Robert Baratheon. Then he thinks, I find my true king. And clearly he thinks the true king is the Targaryen heir. If he comes to believe that Fagon, young Griff, is who he claims to be, Aegon the Sixth, then he might think that that is his true heir that he's looking for. Because on the line of succession, what it should have gone, there are rumours that maybe Aerys shifted who his heir was at some point, but from Sir Barristan's perspective, who wasn't in King's Landing at the time, the line of succession was clear. After Aerys should have been Rhaegar, after Rhaegar should have been his son Aegon. And so Aegon is the true heir from Sir Barristan's perspective. So particularly if he then finds out this guy is pretty good. This guy has been trained from birth to care about the small folk. This guy has been trained from birth to be a good and wise ruler. Tyrion can tell him this stuff, and maybe later on he will even be able to meet him. So it would not surprise me if we get to that moment with Sir Barristan. I think that will be something George R. R. Martin would enjoy writing, is taking Barristan's story through to that moment where he's brought all the way back to where he started. Here, he thinks, is the true heir, not Dany, who by this point he might have started having some doubts about. If she does come in and start burning down cities, he might, and we know that she's going to go down a darker path in the next book. George R. R. Martin has told us. So if he starts seeing that and starts getting concerned that maybe she is going down the wrong path, maybe he should turn his attention to the other person. So yeah, I don't think it's likely he's going to die there. I think that it's likely he's going to carry on, but we have to remember that it's possible that George R. R. Martin goes, yeah, we do need. Well, his the purpose of him being there is now gone. Let's go to Orion's Orcas saying, "Hi, Robert. Hope you're well." I am, thank you. I have a couple of questions about Sir Barristan. First is in his past. He wonders if he could have prevented Robert's rebellion by winning the tournament and crowning Ashara the Queen of Love and Beauty. He had every intention of doing so, and therefore, did he truly lose to Prince Rhaegar on purpose? So, I did sort of cover that one a little bit earlier. I sort of went a bit further on that one than I intended at the time. But I think the answer is that he wishes he had defeated Rhaegar. Now, because he thinks that this might potentially have prevented the slide down into the rebellion, he wishes he had done it, which gives us one of two options. He either decides not to, or he genuinely isn't good enough. And we have to give Rhaegar some credit. He does seem to have been a good jouster. Not at Sir Barristan's level, but he does seem to have been a good jouster. So probably, but not certainly, Sir Barristan decided, he opted for the path that so many do, which is, actually, I'm not going to unhorse the heir to the throne. His thinking is he wasn't part of Rhaegar's plans. How was he to know what Rhaegar was going to do? He could have unhorsed him. He wouldn't have done if he knew that Rhaegar was going to go off and do what he did. That, for me, seems to be the logic. So, George R. Martin has left this open to interpretation. It could go several different ways, but the plain text reading, I think, is that Sir Barristan didn't know Rhaegar's plans, and therefore he decided to let Rhaegar win, and then he regretted that because other things could have happened. Andrew Kay saying the inner circle needs to be incredibly tight and small at that point. I don't think he felt Barristan Selmy needed to be in the know. I would agree with that at all. Rhaegar was plotting a coup against the king. And just to sort of look at this from the other perspective, who would he have included? Now, his bestie, Arthur Dane. Oswald Went seems to be involved as well. A couple of people who used to be his squires, but Lonmouth and Mooton, and probably Ashara Dane as well. Elia will have had to have been involved, but he couldn't allow it to get much bigger than that. Would he have trusted the noble Sir Barristan? It seems unlikely. If you remember, this is the guy who has stood there beside the Mad King as the Mad King was performing atrocities and done nothing. This is the guy who proactively went out and saved the Mad King at Duskendale. So there's nothing there that indicates that Sir Barristan would have gone, "Oh yeah, Rhaegar, I'm on your side," and everything to have suggested that Sir Barristan would have felt honour bound to report back to the king that there was a coup being attempted. So, yeah, from Rhaegar's perspective, it makes sense that he did not include Sir Barristan, as Sir Barristan himself has said. And second question from Orion's Orcas saying he spends a lot of time in disguise when he joins Dany, and he does it purposefully to see if she has the insanity taint of Targaryens. How much faith should we put in Sir Barristan's opinion? Personally, I think he judged all the Targaryens he served correctly in mental capacities. All love to the moderators. Yeah, more moderator love, absolutely. The ones that he gives an opinion on were Aerys II, who he judges rightly to have been a bit mad. Rhaegar, who he judges to have been quite a good guy. Do we think that's right? Probably. Rhaegar does seem a little bit obsessed by prophecy, but most Targaryens are. Viserys, he only saw him as a child, but he was concerned that even at that young age, that Viserys was a little bit that way. That was probably fair. So those are the only ones that we've really seen. And then he gets to Dany, and he decides that she isn't that way. She actually takes more after Rhaegar. So do we trust his judgment? Yeah, seems pretty good so far. What I think this is a bigger discussion about Dany that we're not going to go into. But what I think, if he reflected more with Aerys II, was that when Aerys II was younger, he wasn't like that. And it was only much later that he got a lot worse. So just because he knows somebody at a younger age doesn't mean that he knows what they'd be like as they grew up. Rhaegar obviously didn't get the chance to get that much older, and Dany, he's seen her as she is young, as we were talking about a bit earlier. She's very young at this moment in time. So maybe she might go that way as well when she's a little bit older. Relaxed like a cat saying, "Hi, Robert. I hope you're enjoying the warmer weather." Yeah, we've had unseasonably warm weather here in the UK, and actually pretty much all of Europe. And when I say unseasonably, record-breaking temperatures for May is what we're at. I have been sweltering. I will admit it. The warm weather the last couple of days have been a lot cooler, which has been quite pleasant. But when it was very hot, no, it doesn't work for me, I'm afraid. How do you think Sir Barristan, who is seen as quite an honourable character, will be involved in Dany's move towards, this is what we're talking about, move towards villainy, an eventual end, if the television series ending is taken as her eventual fate? So he will be a part of, probably, he will be a part of Dany's small council moving forward. What her small council will look like will be some combination, one would have thought, of him as the Lord Commander of a Kingsguard. Marwyn the Mage, he's coming across and is basically going to say, "I'll be your maester." And so probably he's going to come on board. She's not got a High Septon, but Mokoro is going to be there as a Red Priest. It's entirely possible that he might get in her good books and become a part of this. Then we've got Tyrion and maybe Ser Jorah. And sort of out there somewhere we have Quaithe. So the advice from these people will vary, it has to be said, but Sir Barristan will view his role, as being what he always viewed it as being, the person to be the voice of reason, the voice of honour, and he is going to find himself up against people like Mokoro, who believe that we're in the literal end times with entirety of humanity at peril, and Dany is Azor Ahai reborn, and she has to have her fiery sword and head off to save humanity. Marwyn, we don't know exactly where he stands, but he certainly seems to believe in quite a lot of that stuff. So he's also going to be on that. Quaithe is there telling Dany in her dreams, "Remember who you are, the dragons do." So she's going to be very much on that same kind of page. Ser Jorah, if he is back in her good books, is he going to be the person who's going to be standing up to her? Perhaps not. And then we get Tyrion. Tyrion he's on a character development curve, it has to be said, but he's still very keen on killing Cersei. So, which means Dany heading off and attacking King's Landing. So, Barristan is going to be the voice of moderation in that set of advisors. So that's where he kind of fits in. I mentioned earlier the possibility that he might discover about and then maybe even meet Aegon the Sixth. Might he then betray her? We're looking for at least one more person who's going to betray Dany, and it's entirely possible that this will be one of them, because Sir Barristan, if he decides that Dany is going down the wrong path, and if he decides that he has chosen the wrong person as the true king that he has to be standing beside, he might switch sides. So yeah, I think that's where his role is. He will try to be the consistent role he's always been in his life. And he will be trying to do that. If he thought he was like a lone voice sometimes in Robert Baratheon's small council, he would be even more of a lone voice in Dany's small council, with some pretty radical opinions being expressed. Right. Lorelei Dragon saying, "Good evening, Robert. I hope the heat is not too bad where you are. Today it's been a lot better. Thank you. It seems to me that Sir Barristan is regarded in world and out as both an accomplished fighter and the epitome of honour, and yet he stood by and did nothing, while Aerys II committed atrocities. I would wager that on some occasions he even assisted. I struggle to see this as an honourable in light of the knight's vows of justice and protection, especially in contrast to Ned Stark, a man also renowned for his honour. Yet Ned chose love over duty every time and mercy whenever possible, which seems far more honourable to me." And I think the answer to this is yes. This is deliberate writing by George R. R. Martin. We are supposed to see the ironies in this. We are supposed to look at that Kingsguard, which are held up by people as being the last great honourable Kingsguard, and we are supposed to see them as being people who were just doing their job, just doing their duty, just obeying orders, and those orders were getting increasingly horrific. And we're supposed to see Jaime, this person that Sir Barristan, among many others, looks down on for breaking his oath. And we're supposed to look at it and go, well, hang on a minute. He actually was, in real terms, the most honourable. He is treated as the least honourable. So, yeah, we're supposed to see this with Sir Barristan. This is one of the great things about Sir Barristan, is that he is presented as this great honourable guy. And in a lot of ways, he is this great and honourable guy. But he places his honour as fulfilling his oath. And his Kingsguard oath seems to trump his original knightly oath in his mind. And that means that he will stand by while terrible things are happening. Which doesn't incidentally mean that he has no personal honour. He thinks to himself that when he was injured at the Battle of the Trident, and he was delayed getting to King's Landing, he thinks about how when those children, Rhaegar's children, were presented to the new king, Robert Baratheon, by Tywin Lannister, their beaten bloody bodies, he thinks if he'd been there, and if he'd seen Robert Baratheon smile at that, then nothing could have stopped him from just turning on Robert Baratheon at that point. So his sense of honour is in there. But it's drowned by this notion of being a member of the Kingsguard and serving the king. He doesn't want to serve a bad king, which is why he does this kind of like secretly watching Dany to see whether he thinks she's crazy kind of thing. So he doesn't want to serve a bad king. But once he's sworn, he seems willing to do a huge amount of things in the name of that oath. Paul Whitrock saying, I need an IDG merch shirt saying it has to be said. I'll add it to the list. I should do. There's merch, by the way. I don't mention this. People always tell me I should do merch. Whenever people mention merch, I try and remember. Somewhere down there, I think, if you're watching this on YouTube, maybe on other places, who knows? There's a link to my merch with stuff on it. Buy the stuff. Thank you. It has to be said. Do I say that a lot? Maybe I do. Thank you. Let's have a quick flick through. There's a lot of conversation about air conditioning. No, we do not have air conditioning here. I do not have air conditioning. Lance Dylan Tiaga saying, hey, over on Facebook. Great to see you. Yeah, I'm working on trying to improve the Facebook interface, but it's fantastic to see you. Matthew Ryan, could Barristan's legacy place him in the role of kingmaker, in that whoever he decides to support will be greatly legitimized from his allegiance? Yes, absolutely. Tywin says almost as much when he's talking about or being concerned that Sir Barristan might go and join Stannis or Renly or someone. He says that would add legitimacy to their claim in the eyes of particularly the small folk, because Barristan the Bold is such a legend. One of the other things I do wonder with the Aegon the VI thing, the young Griff idea, is that probably when he arrives, probably he will take King's Landing. I'm not going to go into all. I did a load of videos on it if you are interested. Probably he will take King's Landing. Probably the people will love him because he actually does seem to genuinely be a decent human in a not very decent world. And he will look the part. He looks Targaryen. Physically, he looks Targaryen. And I think there's every chance that he will be there with Jon Connington as his Hand of the King. Everybody knows that Jon Connington was a good friend of Rhaegar and Hand of the King to briefly to Aerys II. So there's a little bit of legitimacy and playback to the old regime there. We've got the potential for there being a Kingsguard being established with Darkstar, a Dane, holding the Sword Dawn, and Sir Barristan Selmy himself, which immediately is starting to set this up as being kind of like that classic Kingsguard that we know from Aerys II's time. And I think there's a fair chance that the sword Blackfire is going to make a reappearance. The sword of Targaryen kings. So Aegon VI will be able to hold that up. He will be able to sit on the Iron Throne. He will have one of the crowns of the kings of the past on his head. Perhaps he will be crowned by a High Septon. Who knows? All of these kind of looks of legitimacy which will allow people to think, yeah, that's definitely the right king. Incidentally, and I think they did a reasonable job of this on the House of the Dragon, that's what happened at the beginning of the Dance of the Dragons with the crowning of Aegon II. They tried to make it look as legitimate as possible. They did it in King's Landing, holding up Blackfire, anointed by a High Septon, all of the things that make it look sitting on the Iron Throne. This is the king. These are the things that the king does. This is the stuff that the king holds, etc., etc. So it then looks like possession is 9/10 of the law. This is the king. That, I think, is what's going to be happening with Aegon VI. Question from Catherine Fursith. Hi, Robert. Great topic for a string of live streams. Thank you. What fascinates me most about Sir Barristan is that he is, in fact, a more grey character than we usually regard him to be. He's honourable, yes, definitely lives for duty and is very brave, and yet there is this duality in him, where he places blind obedience to his vows above his own moral integrity. We've been talking about this a moment ago. The contrast with Jaime is also interesting. He seems to judge Jaime as an oathbreaker and kingslayer, and yet, as we know, Jaime followed his conscience when he killed Aerys, saving countless lives, and was subsequently judged as an oathbreaker for the rest of his life. Coming to Dany, Barristan says something along the lines of wanting to serve someone who actually deserves it. Do you think he reflected on his greyness in his own character and life at all? So this is a different slant on this one. Did he reflect on his own greyness of character? Sort of, I think, is the answer. I think he very clearly regretted his decision to join the Kingsguard of Robert Baratheon. And definitely Joffrey. Which is what led him to be saying, I need to find the true king and die in his service. I think that seems to be the biggest regret, the biggest bit of self-reflection for him, rather than any of the I stood by and, I might morally be in the wrong because I stood by and let those things happen. His thinking never really goes there. His thinking often goes, well, that was a bad king. But it never takes the extra step. What should I have done about it? So his answer, it actually is probably one which is not morally grey, but in many ways kind of morally dark, which is his answer to this is, well, I'll just find a better king. If I served that bad king and had to stand there watching all of these terrible things happen, he doesn't think, well, maybe I should have done something. He just thinks, well, maybe I should find a better king to serve. So, there's not... Well, it's superficial self-analysis, I think is what I would say here, is that he does think about these things and he regrets certain things, but probably not the things that he really should be regretting. Alex Hopp saying, hello, Robert. I hope you're surviving the weather better than me. Hopefully, over the next week or so, it should be cooling down. I'm curious about how Barristan knew how to contact Illyrio, or if he had any previous experience with Illyrio. What was the purpose of hiding his identity to Dany, and does he know if Fagon exists? Well, the purpose of hiding his identity, Dany recovered, I think. He wanted to see whether she was also going crazy. In terms of, does he know about Fagon? No, but he definitely will do very soon. Tyrion can definitely tell him. Did he have any previous experience with Illyrio? No, not as far as we can tell. Illyrio, the Illyrio Varys plan required Varys to be the person staying in King's Landing. Illyrio was the person staying over in Pentos. And they had different roles in this. So, yes, we see Illyrio briefly in King's Landing, but that was more of like a catch-up meeting. He wasn't based there. It was in secret with Varys. Arya sees it happen, but this wasn't a big thing that he arrived with people knowing who he was. So, did he know about Illyrio? Well, yes, so he knew that it was at Illyrio's palace or manse, that the Targaryens had been staying at. Almost certainly. Even if he didn't make that connection, simply arriving there in Pentos and saying, do you remember, guys, when there was this massive wedding here with that biggest Khalasar you've ever seen in your entire life, married to those two Targaryen, or married to that Targaryen princess, and her brother who claims the Iron Throne is his. Do you remember that? And they go, oh yeah, that was Illyrio. So he literally would just need to go to any ale house and ask a question, and he would be able to find it. So Illyrio is not hard to find. He's ostentatious in who he is. It's just his plotting that's the bit that's slightly under the radar. At this moment, actually, I've thanked moderators a couple of times. Patrons, thank you. I always frame these around Q&A sessions around your questions because I can't do what I do without your support. I hugely appreciate it. If you do want to support the channel, thank you so much. The best way to do that is still through Patreon. There's a link in various places. If for whatever reason you don't want to do that, you can be a member here on YouTube and soon on Facebook and places like that. So thank you. CK the Cam, do you think George R. Martin would put a time skip after Fagon claims the throne, or does Jon's position and the others force an uninterrupted timeline? So we know that there was going to be a 5-year time gap. The 5-year time gap, you can see where it was going to be in the story. A lot of the main characters are in places where they could just sit and learn for a period of time. Arya with the Faceless Men, Jon as Lord Commander, Sansa in the Eyrie, Bran, Bloodraven's Cave. You can see the way that the plot was constructed puts these characters in those places. George R. R. Martin decided eventually not to do that, mostly because he realised there are some characters where it just would not work to say, well, they did nothing for 5 years. The main one he talks about is Cersei. The idea that Cersei would just sort of sit there doing nothing for 5 years just didn't work. Similarly, Jon, he thought things would have to happen to Jon, and some of this he could do in flashbacks and stuff like that, but there would just be too much. The plot and the characters moving too fast to do a 5-year time stop. The idea of there being a sort of a time pause for young Griff, I don't think he's going to put in an actual big pause and say, at this moment, at the end of this book or halfway through this book, a year passes or 2 years pass or whatever, and nothing happens for the same reasons as before, because Cersei would do things, and as you say, the others arriving, Dany arriving. I think it's entirely possible that he could leave a big gap where we're not shown much of what's going on and we're reading about the story elsewhere. Don't forget, we've 20 plus POV chapters here, and we've only got 1 or potentially 2 POV chapters who would be in King's Landing for a Fagon kingship, Jon Connington and potentially Arianne. Everyone else is not there, so he could just get it up to the point where he takes power, and then we go off and find out what's happening in the rest of the world, and then we come back to it, a bit later, or maybe we just learn about what's happening through reports elsewhere. Oh, and the king seems to be doing all right, such and such, such and such. So yeah, I don't think we're going to have a pause in the entire narrative of the story because there's too much going on. But we could have a pause in reporting on what's going on. So to kind of put this into context, if what we think is going to happen happens, Dany goes up to base Dothrak. She wins the Dothraki to her side, heads down to Marine, sorts stuff out there, gets her navy, sets sail, deals with a couple of places en route. She'll have to deal with Volantis at the very least, and possibly a couple of other places, and then arrives at Dragonstone. That is going to take several months, at least 6 months, you would expect. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility, and from where we left the story, that you could imagine that Fagon could take King's Landing in a month or 2. And I say that because he's at Storm's End at the moment. Rumours are that he's taken it. He's at Storm's End at the moment. Storm's End is just 2 weeks' march away. And if Cersei does something crazy, as she probably will, and the city turns against her, as it probably will, and the Tyrells turn against her, as they probably will, and the Golden Company manage to pull together again, as they probably will, and Dawn come on side, as they probably will, all of that could get to King's Landing and push Dany out in the space of a couple of months, which means that you could theoretically have a good, maybe even half a year of Fagon ruling broadly wisely in King's Landing without us needing to see the details of it. That was CK the Cam. Ranaben Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the Dog. Which story route do you think George R. Martin will take for Barristan in the Winds of Winter? I recently rewatched the Valar Readers streams for the Winds of Winter on History of Westeros from 5 years ago. You were a guest for the Forsaken chapter. I vaguely remember that. That was quite fun. Aziz succinctly lays out equal evidence for Barristan's potential defection to Fagon plotline and the Barristan dying in the aftermath of the siege of Meereen. For me, George R. Martin can flip a coin and weave the story out to cater to either of the two choices. So which do you think wins in the end? Yeah, so I agree. I mean, we have sort of touched on this already. He could go either way. I'm just from a character-driven perspective, I'm currently erring towards the Barristan survives through to defect to Fagon's camp. It could go either way. George R. Martin is a Gardner writer, and if he finds a more interesting route for this to go down, then he will go down that route. You also had a question about the stage play, which is related to this. You've mentioned in the past how the theatre medium allows for different audience members to notice different things within the same scene. So when Rhaegar crowns Lyanna the Queen of Love and Beauty, we know what reactions to expect from Ned, Brandon, Lyanna and Robert, but should we be paying more attention to Aerys II or Varys or maybe Howland Reed when this moment happens? If so, should we be taking their reactions as book canon too? And you say that you think we should. So this is a really interesting question because yes, so this is going to be interactive, and the way the stage has been set up, this is looking at the tourney at Harrenhal in particular, not just the tourney at Harrenhal, but the tourney at Harrenhal in particular, so we will see this scene, a good example that you've given. Rhaegar presents the garland of winter roses to Lyanna as the Queen of Love and Beauty. What we know is there's lots of reactions going on, and we read about some of the reactions in World of Ice and Fire and in people's memories in A Song of Ice and Fire. The way that the stage has been structured has been done deliberately to allow there to be lots of different actors in lots of different places. It's sort of in this kind of cross shape in the round. So there's seats all the way around looking down, and also on the ground level in the stalls. In each of these sections, there are seats. So if you're there in one of these sections, then you could be looking that way, or that way, or straight ahead, and see different actors doing different things. So when you get something as pivotal a moment as that, then yes, you would expect the different actors to be doing different things. And yes, it would be quite fun and interesting to see how each of the different actors responds to that. Should we take their reactions as canon? Well, there are many layers to this, I think. So the first one is that we do not yet know how George R. Martin sees the stage play in terms of book canon. I am hoping someone will get an interview with him. He will do interviews with someone to promote this, I'm absolutely certain. I'm hoping whoever it is gets to ask some version of this question. How canon is this? We know that he's been involved. We also know that he didn't write it personally. He's not got the writing credit. but presumably he gave them lots of background information, and he could veto things. He certainly seems very on board with it beforehand, which, as he's seen the script, if he thought it was wrong and bad, he probably wouldn't be. So, yeah, we need that clarification from him. That's the first bit. The second bit is that below there is this canon, according to George R. R. Martin, is then what's actually in the writing and the stage directions. So when you get a script, it's not just the words that someone says. Often there's like a little bit of direction in their stage directions. So probably the most famous stage directions ever, Shakespeare, exit pursued by a bear. This is clear. This person exits being pursued by a bear. So that level is sort of the next level down. Is that, okay, so we could assume that George R. R. Martin has seen that. But if you then go to the level below that, you get directorial and actor decisions on that. Because the director might go, exit pursued by a bear. Okay, let's play this for comedy. Let's get the actor running off in a funny manner, pursued by a bear. Or they might go, let's go for horror. This guy is literally being chased by a bear. So the director can interpret that in a different way if they want to. And the actor can too. When they are being cast, they obviously are going through the play, and if they might decide to do this, perform it in a particular way, and the director might go, oh, yeah, actually, that makes sense, let's go that way. So this is the next layer down under that. You get the stage direction, you get George R. R. Martin's overall view, the stage directions, the director/actor interpretation, and then you get what happens on the night. Because actor people, stage actor people will wax lyrical on this subject, but they would say something along the lines of each performance is different. Each night is different. The way that the play is performed, the acting depends on the atmosphere there in the theatre on that night, how the audience are reacting, what the atmosphere is like. Is this a hot, sticky night? Everybody's really kind of lethargic. Is it a night where does one of the actors arrive in, everything's going great in their life and they're full of energy and they're putting huge amounts of energy into their performance, and then the other actors kind of play off of that? Each performance is different. This is not like a TV show or a film where they might have done lots of different takes and then they choose one. With the stage play, it's running for 2-3 months, whatever. It's like a different take each time. They're trying to do roughly the same thing, but it will shift. It will move each time. So we've got a number of different levels on this. So I think the straightforward answer to should you look at Aerys II's reaction to the Rhaegar crowning Lyanna, the Queen of Love and Beauty, and take that reaction as being canon, I think the answer is no, because the bottom answer is also the individual interpretation. I might interpret it in a slightly different way to somebody else, which adds another layer to this. And tell you if the Mad King is going like that, is that suspicious? Has he just got a bout of indigestion? Is he unhappy? Is he uncertain? Well, so there's the next layer there. So I think the short answer is I think it's no. What we might get, though, we can hope, is the official script and stage directions published. If we do, and if George R. R. Martin gives the big thumbs up, then I think we can take it as something akin to book canon. If the stage directions lay out Aerys II at this point looks angry. I think we can take that as being he was angry. I hope that will make sense. As I say, I don't think it's as simple and straightforward, certainly as in the reading something in the book, and not even as simple and straightforward as on a TV show. Okay, let's go to Bill Webster saying, Isle of Faces feels like the natural start and end to me, but the stage might not allow it, or it might make more sense for the book to be tighter. If this is about the stage, about the stage play, the stage might not allow it. I think the stage would allow the Isle of Faces. I think I said last week, the things that they can do with that stage, I've seen them do amazing things with that stage in particular, but just in terms of high production quality, stage theatre these days is astonishing. The things they can do, it really is. So yes, they can create the Isle of Faces and then make it disappear. But the only we have got very little information about this at the moment. The only hint that I think we've got is the fact that the play is called The Mad King, and before that it had a working title of The Iron Throne. So the clear implication to me is that if you take both of those things, this is focused in on the political and the Targaryen element of this, rather than the Children of the Foresty, Howland Reedy element. So that isn't to say that those things aren't going to happen, but if you're structuring a play around that, then I think you're likely at some point to be bookending it with that. The dramatic narrative ends with resolution to do with the Mad King or the Iron Throne. Does that mean we're going to go all the way up to Robert's Rebellion? Don't rule it out. It's entirely possible, but I don't think it will end with Howland Reed going to a weirwood tree and sort of putting his hand on it and stuff like that. I think it's going to end with a discussion about the Iron Throne and the Mad King. Buttoned Up Reader, will I be going multiple times to see the play? That's certainly the plan. Let's go to a question from Sir Friend. Happy Thursday, Robert, and to you too. Do you see the mini plotline of Barristan training up some of the young boys in Marine amounting to anything important? I've always found it a touch strange. There's no talk of him doing anything like this back in King's Landing, as far as I'm aware. Best wishes, warmest regards, and to you. No, he doesn't do this particularly in King's Landing, but he doesn't need to. So basically, he's in this really weird position where you get Dany, who's this foreigner, taking over Marine, culture that she doesn't really know or understand. And she's got Sir Barristan by her side, who's Westerosi through and through. And she's basically said, okay, you're my head of my Kingsguard, you're in charge of my protection. What's Sir Barristan going to do? And he reverts back to, okay, so they don't seem to have knights here. I can trust knights. Knights can be a part of the King's Guard. She needs people who are on her side. He can see and respect the fighting skills of the Unsullied, but he knows what he knows. Sir Barristan thinks in straight lines. He needs Kingsguard. He needs knights. So normally in Westeros, he'd go and try and find some cool knights. He hasn't got any knights around him, so he's going to train some up. And he thinks to himself, this is going to be a long slog. Most of these aren't going to make it. This is really hard work. They don't really understand what they're doing. The concept of knighthood isn't here, but this is what he knows, and so he's doing what he knows. Is it a little odd? Yes, it's a little odd, but it's I think quite a good character moment showing how his brain works, because he doesn't go, okay, so can we go to the Unsullied and can we turn them into something? He doesn't. He doesn't say, okay, how do we adapt to the star? How have the rulers of this place been protected before? Can we set that up again? He doesn't. He says, okay, I know how it works back home. That's how we're doing it here. Even if I have to start from absolute scratch, get a whole bunch of kids and get them all as squires, and try and teach them how to be squires, and then hopefully at some point they're going to be good enough that I can make some of them some knights, and then after that, hopefully some of them are going to be good enough knights that they can become members of the king. That's his thinking. It's just, this is how we have to do it. ABC. He doesn't go in circles. Um, um, let's go to Tommy of Then saying, not necessarily unlimited or unimaginative, but methodical. Yeah, I'd say so. He's definitely methodical is a good word. Let's go to Kolnitsky saying, I don't remember, did Ares show his madness at Harrenhal Hall? Yeah, I mean, not as in the full burning people kind of madness, but when the Knight of the Laughing Tree appears, he decides that it's mocking him, and he just sends everybody off. You have to go and find out who this person is because they're clearly against me. He's convinced that Rhaegar's trying to overthrow him. Probably right on that one. He decides that he's going to send Jaime back home because he doesn't want Jaime there because he's obsessed about what's going on with Tywin. So he's not the worst he's been, but he's pretty bad. Let's go to so friend asking about Bran, actually, the live stream last week, saying his climbing, just a thought process, wanted my thoughts. His Bran's climbing in book 1 could be serious foreshadowing. At such a young age, he's amazing at climbing. Nobody can ever catch him, even those that should know Winterfell better than him. He's constantly warned of the dangers, but it never stops him, and he never seems aware of the risk. It ultimately ends up in his fall, which is a huge trigger point for a civil war and thousands of people dying. Yes, it might have happened anyway, but if he doesn't fall, Cat stays in Winterfell and doesn't kidnap Tyrion, Jaime doesn't attack Ned, etc. The parallels are there that Bran doesn't fully understand how powerful he is, ignores any warnings, and his actions ultimately have significant consequences, at least for Hodor, but possibly on a bigger scale too. As ever, would love to hear your thoughts. So yeah, there is definitely foreshadowing about him climbing, because he goes up to high places and he looks down over Winterfell, and that is very much this kind of idea of actually it's mapped into him there, and then him falling is mapped into the chapter we get from him when it's basically just his dream while he's asleep. The green dream, where Bloodraven is coming to him, and he shows him out over the Seven Kingdoms what's going on. Shows him down south what's happening with his family. He shows them all, crucially, up north, what's going on north and more north, to the heart of winter. So he's showing him everything from this, as if he's from this great height. And then he's also falling, and he's telling him he has to fly. And so that echo is done there. So the echo across to him becoming magical and opening up his third eye is made immediately, and it's connected in with his ability to walk. You'll never walk again, Bran Stark, but you will fly. So those are the things that are there. Is there a kind of a link to if he didn't fall? Yeah, he falls, and because he doesn't realise the danger, and this has a whole load of catalysts that will catalyzes a whole load of things. Yeah, I think you can definitely see it like that. I don't think that was what George R. R. Martin was immediately playing for, but it's very clear that there is where he's at in his magical training is he is way more powerful than he understands the implications of. And he definitely does not understand the implications of him managing to skin change into Hodor. And yes, that will lead to a terrible fall for Hodor. The question remains the extent to which Bran takes the lesson from that. I've got a couple more questions from my patrons, so now's a good time to get things into the chat. I'll try and answer as many of them as possible. Flame G saying, hello, Robert. I was wondering what UK time is the cutoff point to leave your questions on Patreon. Well, just as a point of clarification for patrons, if you... for those who don't know, over on Patreon at some points during the day, on the Thursday, I will say what my live stream's going to be about, and I say anyone want to leave some questions, leave them there. I try to, anything which is left before I go live, I try to answer realistically. If it's just before I go live, I will probably miss it because I'm putting my computer in the right place, putting this green screen thing behind me, that kind of stuff. And it's just me doing this. About half an hour before I go live is roughly a good time to get there. I can probably guarantee that before, up to half an hour before I go live, I will have seen a question at the very least, which, as I go live, my time, UK time, 10 p.m. every time. Most of the time, yes, clocks changing can confuse things, but most of the time, American East Coast is 5 hours before that, so 5 p.m. So you can get stuff to me by 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's great. Europe, Central European time, an hour ahead. So whatever that is, 10:30 your time. But the question is, what were Barristan's real feelings towards Ned Stark? Did he believe that Ned or anyone of the Stark family had dishonoured Ashara Dane? Do you think he suspected that it could be Howland Reed or anyone at all? He doesn't seem to have acted on these rumours at all. Okay, so to start with, he definitely doesn't think it's Ned who dishonoured Ashara Dane. He holds Ned in very high regard. It's very clear. And he would not, given the depth of his feelings, you remember when we read that bit when all those years later, he's still there going, oh, I just have to close my eyes and I remember her laugh. And that he would not be as close to Ned as he was, as comfortable around Ned as he was, if he thought Ned was the person who had dishonoured this woman that he loves. So he definitely doesn't think it's Ned. Does he suspect it could be anyone of House Stark? I mean, I think a lot of people conflate the turning to Stark with the person who dishonoured her. I think those are completely separate things, personally. I think that you do not turn to the person who dishonoured you. I think you turn to a person who might be able to help you out after you've been dishonoured. That linguistically, that holds together better for me. That doesn't mean that it completely exonerates all of House Stark, because it could just be, when he said turned to Stark, it could just be a Stark. Ned, perhaps. So I think he might have known who it was. There are a couple of times when George R. R. Martin gives us kind of linguistic clues, I think. Could be coincidence, but he's a very clever writer, and I suspect not. When we have this description of what happened at the turning at Harrenhal, and we talk about the Knight of the Laughing Tree, and Bran thinks that the Knight of the Laughing Tree must be Howland Reed. We're not told. We're told the lad, but he thinks it's Howland Reed. And Bran his thought then immediately goes to Sir Barristan. Sir Barristan had been a mystery knight twice, in fact, once when he was very small. So his immediate thought was across to Sir Barristan. It's a link that is being made there. Could be a coincidence. But then later we got in that passage we read earlier, we get this clear idea that Sir Barristan looks at Dany's eyes and he thinks of Ashara Dane. And when he thinks of Dany potentially marrying the suitors, Doran Martell, he thinks of Doran Martell. He doesn't really rate him very highly. He thinks it would be a strong political marriage for her, but he doesn't really rate him, and he kind of like talks about them as like a mudman. And the link across is that because Ashara Dane was so beautiful, Dany's a bit like that. Dany shouldn't be with a mudman. Ashara Dane, by implication, should not therefore be like a mudman. Mudman is one of the slurs that is often used for Cranagmen, of which Howland Reed was one. So again, it's not direct. It might be coincidence, but George R. R. Martin has twice given us a read across from Howland Reed to Sir Barristan, which feels a little bit weird. So yeah, it's entirely possible that he thinks he knows that Howland Reed was this person. I think he knows who it was. She had been dishonoured, implies that he must have known who. Pretty sure it wasn't Ned Stark, and she turned to a Stark afterwards, which would be an odd move if the person who had dishonoured her, in Sir Barristan's mind, had actually been a Stark. It would be a sensible move if the person who had dishonoured her had been a Bannerman Starks. So, yeah, it's not 100% yet, but for me, it just kind of all works out. Yeah, I think he knew it was Howland Reed, and I think the Stark that Ashara turned to was Ned Stark. And he doesn't seem to have acted on those rumours at all because he thinks that Ashara Dane is dead, and he thinks that it was impossible anyway. He could never have had her. And Howland Reed disappeared. He's gone to the Neck. Nobody goes to the Neck. You don't know what's going on in there. No news comes out of it to the south, particularly, but definitely a little bit to the north, but definitely not to the south. And on 42, saying, "Hello, Robert. How much did Maester Aemon?" This is not directly a Barristan question, but happy to answer this one. "How much did Maester Aemon know about Bloodraven's alleged pruning of the Targaryen bloodline? Aemon and Bloodraven seem like close collaborators with the Azor who was promised prophecy, and thus Aemon was one of the few people who could have recognised all those deaths for the deliberate eugenics plan they were. Given how upset Aemon was at the death of his family members after Robert's rebellion, was he complicit?" So it's an interesting question. Yes, so they were together at the Wall for a long time, those two. They both were very aware of the Prince that was promised prophecy. And if anyone was clever enough to notice, Maester Aemon will have been the one. I think we need to... Perhaps I'm guilty here of overstating, well, I don't blame Bloodraven, but overstating Bloodraven's role in this. What happens, for those who don't know, is that there's about a 27-ish year period where Bloodraven is Hand of the King, and just before, and that is when, or at a rate of nearly one a year, Targaryens just die. And you see this in action by Egg becoming king. He was Aegon the Unlikely. He was the fourth son of a fourth son. Huge amounts of people had to die in order for him to become king. Nobody expected him to become king. This is how he was allowed to be wandering the Seven Kingdoms, because, he was just a minor royal. He wasn't in line to the throne. That would never happen. So, lots of Targaryens died, which is suspicious. Targaryens do die at quite a fast rate, but even for them, this was a fast rate. Now, some of these definitely are Bloodraven. The Blackfires. Now, they're a different branch, but they are still Targaryens. Many of them were literally personally killed by Bloodraven. So that part is definitely down to him. Some probably were just, that's what happened. Try as I might, I haven't managed to find a very strong argument for Baelor being killed by Bloodraven's machinations. It's just one of those things. George R. R. Martin hasn't ever really sort of hinted that there was more to it than it was just a tragic accident. Ditto the deaths in the Great Spring Sickness. People die with sickness. It shouldn't be a surprise. But after that, it's the rate that the Targaryens die at, and some of them choked on a lamprey pie, things like that sound suspicious. So, and who put the thought in Aeryn's mind to drink that wildfire, that kind of thing? There's a lot of them that go, no, not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe there is something going on. So, is Maester Aemon complicit? Personally, I think not. Would he have been aware of where the bloodline ended up? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And would he therefore have probably thought that it was a positive thing that it ended up there? Yes, but that doesn't mean that he was part of it. Okay, let's go to some questions in the chat. So Brandon, this is April, may or may not, saying Brandon, this is Brandon Stark, got mixed up in something he should not have. He stayed with Ashara, says that either Aerys or Rhaegar would leave her alone and think that she had been ruined. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting perspective. And when I say interesting, I don't just mean interesting. It's generally quite an interesting idea. My sort of coincidental evidence is that Ned Stark's men thought that it was him who slept with the Shara Dane. So Barristan clearly thinks it's not, but Ned Stark's men think it was him. Why do they think it was him? Because they heard noises in a tent. Whose tent? Well, Ned Stark's tent, presumably. So presumably they saw, if they know it's a Shara Dane, presumably they saw a Shara Dane go into the tent and then they heard stuff. The interesting droplet of information that George R. R. Martin gives us is that Ned Stark offered to share his tent with Howland Reed. Now, not all of the soldiers may have known that. So if they saw a Shara Dane going into Ned Stark's tent and then they heard stuff, they would conclude this was Ned Stark. And why not? So, yeah, that's my interpretation. I mean, Brandon being honourable to stay with the Shara so that Aerys or Rhaegar would leave her alone. Yeah, it could work. I don't think we've got a huge amount of evidence for that, but it could work. Let's go to flick through April, may or may not. How this is what this is the beginning bit of this thought. Howland stayed in the Stark tent and slept in Brandon's tent because Brandon was gone all night. So where was Brandon? Howland stayed in Ned's tent and not the Stark tent as a whole. They had separate tents, as far as we can tell. Joe Padge, have I ever been to America? Yeah, I have 2 or 3 times. I was. I've been. I went to Nashville many years ago for Horn of Thrones. That was quite good fun, and then also I've done sort of the New York, Washington on the East Coast, and then San Francisco, Los Angeles on the West Coast, and stopped off at Vegas on the way on the way through. So yeah, I have been. Andrew Kay saying Barristan is incapable of rational thought and analysis with anything related to Ashara. That's an entirely fair point. So yeah, okay. I think with that, let's start to wrap this up. Thank you so much, moderators. You are amazing. If you are watching this live on YouTube, please do show them a little bit of love. Next week, who shall we go for next week? We've got a couple of possibilities. Maybe Lady Stoneheart, maybe Sojourner, maybe Darkstar. We've got a few really intriguing characters I want to focus a little bit of time on. Let me know down in the comments who you think. Right, what shall I plug this time? Let's plug Well Told Tale. If you want to hear me reading stories, audiobooks, head over to the Well Told Tale. I'm currently working my way through Frankenstein. But that is all for this time on this channel. If you are here-ish, if you want to be watching other videos like this, live streams, then there's a link appearing somewhere here, if you would like to support this channel, in which case, thank you. I hugely appreciate it. There will be appearing a link to my Patreon page. I will be back same time next week. Take care, everyone. I'll see you soon.